So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Infecar. Welcome to the venue for the final of the United Nations World Tourism Organization Startup Competition on tourism technologies and solutions for hotels and new business models. We are thrilled to host this event as part of DigiON Canarias, where we are diving deep into the realm of innovation to shape the future of hospitality. Today we have 10 outstanding startups competing in two different categories: innovations in digital hospitality and new business models, and impact on sustainability. These startups will showcase their projects live, offering groundbreaking solutions that promise to revolutionize the hospitality industry. Throughout this morning, we will also have a series of keynote speeches and panel discussions featuring industry experts. They'll delve into the core themes of the competition, offering insights and perspectives that will inspire and inform. With Gran Canaria as our backdrop, a destination beloved by so many European tourists, we are proud to be at the forefront of innovation in tourism, driving change and progresses in the industry. While I was preparing this script, let me share with you my reflections. We are nowadays living in fast-paced times, more than ever before. It's not just about speed, it's about acceleration. We are not only moving fast, but we are also accelerating like no ever before at an increasing spectacular rate. This acceleration sometimes prevents us from understanding what's happening around us. Just as we try to focus on something, there's another change that emerges, dazzling us, shaking us, and forcing us to pause and reconsider where we stand. This has been the prevailing sensation, not only in tourism for last years, but in general, and of course, particularly in this industry. Moreover, even if we don't have to think about it, COVID-19 was also in our lives several years ago, and it's something that we cannot leave, we cannot forget, because it has left on us different habits, and it has influenced on leisure and vacation, on the consumption behavior, and against all odds, they are here to stay. They have reshaped the paradigms that we have been used to. In general, the sector is facing many factors that will have different degrees of impact in the tourism industry. However, the combination of all these factors will undoubtedly bring about a new reality, fundamentally altering the current state of affairs. Digitalization and sustainability represent the starting point for facing the future in the travel industry. Of course, we cannot overlook artificial intelligence, which is swiftly permeating every aspect of the value chain, with its potential opportunities and threats yet to be fully understood. Recently, we heard that model Bard became Gemini, giving us the opportunity to chat with it in 40 different languages in more than 200 countries. We also met some days ago Sora, an artificial intelligence model that can create realistic, imaginative, and unique and existing scenes from text instructions. On the other hand, we are also growing with a consciousness about environmental conservation, and it has led us to analyze the impact that tourism has been having on our planet. Carbon footprint, a responsible use of natural resources, having socio-cultural respect for tourism receiving communities, and the socio-economic benefits that tourism brings to destinations are all under scrutiny. All of these have led us to rethink how we consume tourism and how we want to protect destinations to be able to enjoy the benefits for a long, long time. Infecar today hosts this event promoted by the United Nations World Tourism Organization, and we are all eager to discover the innovations with which the finalist startups will contribute to the improvement and growth of the sector. Similarly, the insights that we will be having in the panel discussions will provide us with a vision of the future of our beloved travel industry, that we call it the happiness industry. Without further ado, let's welcome to open this ceremony, the General Manager of the Trade Fair, Mrs. Natalia Santana. Let me talk about her a bit. Natalia Santana has more than 2 decades of experience, and she is the leader, the visionary leader, behind the Infecar's transformation into a dynamic center for tourism and hospitality. Her innovative approach over unwavering commitment to excellence continue to provide the Canary Islands onto the global stage of tourism and hospitality. Natalia, welcome to this DigiON event.
Gracias, Laura. Bueno, muy buenos días a todos. Para mí y para todo el equipo que forma parte de Infecar, es un verdadero honor tenerlas a todos ustedes aquí en el día de hoy. Es un privilegio real poder albergar por segunda vez consecutiva esta competición de la Organización Mundial del Turismo, esta competición de startups para las tecnologías vinculadas con el turismo y soluciones en hoteles y otros modelos de negocio. En un territorio como las Islas Canarias, en el que el turismo juega un papel clave en la economía y en el que como isla tenemos que trabajar un poquito más duro para minimizar un poco el impacto que esta industria tenga en nuestro territorio, debido a las limitaciones de nuestros recursos y de nuestro suelo. Precisamente por esa razón, ser capaces de albergar esta competición es una gran ocasión para todos los que formamos parte de la industria aquí en las Islas Canarias. Hoy en día, a lo largo de la mañana de hoy, vamos a tener los 10 mejores proyectos en esta competición mundial, precisamente en este año en el que el desafío es reinventar el futuro de nuestra industria hotelera. Todos estos proyectos que han sido elaborados a lo largo de todo el mundo, la República Checa, Estados Unidos, Túnez, Indonesia, los Países Bajos, Canadá, Kenia, los Emiratos Árabes, incluso un proyecto español, competirán hoy por el premio final. Sin embargo, les queríamos decir que el simple hecho de estar aquí como finalistas en una competición en la que han participado más de 120 proyectos de 70 países diferentes es un gran privilegio. Y sobre todo porque estamos seguros de que cada proyecto ha sido creado o ha sido concebido con el objetivo de construir un futuro más esperanzador y más sostenible para nuestra industria. Como comentaba Laura, mañana abrimos DigiON, que es el salón de la digitalización empresarial de las Islas Canarias, en el que también estas 10 empresas finalistas podrán mostrar en los stands todos los proyectos que han llegado hoy hasta Gran Canaria. Una vez más, gracias a la Organización Mundial del Turismo por elegir Gran Canaria y por elegir una vez más Infecar como sede para esta competición. Agradecer también a todos los ponentes expertos que nos acompañan en la mañana de hoy, que compartirán con nosotros su experiencia, y también agradecer a la SPEC, a la Sociedad de Promoción Económica de Gran Canaria, que con su colaboración hace que este evento sea posible. Espero de verdad que disfruten la sesión de hoy y muchísima suerte a todos los proyectos finalistas. Gracias.
Gracias, Natalia. Y ahora pues me gustaría presentarles, in English. We have today with us the honor to receive Maria Isabel Oliver. She's Special Advisor, Senior Officer in the United Nations Tourism Organization. With a distinguished career spanning various facets of the tourism industry, Mrs. Maria Isabel Oliver has been a driving force in shaping policies and initiatives for sustainable tourism development. Mrs. Oliver continues to advocate for the promotion of accessible and sustainable tourism worldwide, collaborating with international stakeholders to address the challenges and opportunities in the ever-evolving tourism landscape. María Isabel Oliveira, welcome on stage.
Gracias, Laura. Buenos días a todos, directora general de Infecar, Natalia, Santana, estimados emprendedores, participantes, buenos días a todos. Es siempre un placer regresar a esta isla maravillosa y lo es más todavía en el marco de esta jornada. Hace un año ya de la primera exitosa competición, vamos por el segundo y deseamos, por supuesto, que no sea el último, sino el uno más de muchos que tienen por venir. Una competición que creamos conjuntamente con el Cabildo y con Infecar, con el Cabildo de Gran Canarias y con Infecar. Y tengo que darles las gracias a todos ellos por su amable, por su maravillosa acogida en esta tierra. Por sus facilidades para las startups y por los beneficios proporcionados para los nuevos negocios, Gran Canaria es un lugar ideal para tener este encuentro, estas conversaciones, para escuchar y aprender de nuestros aliados del sector y de los emprendedores, que realmente son los protagonistas de este encuentro. Quiero agradecer sinceramente la colaboración del Cabildo y de Infecar, así como su magnífica y maravillosa hospitalidad. Es un placer para ONU Turismo estar aquí y colaborar con todos vosotros. La innovación y el emprendimiento juntos son una poderosa palanca para promover un turismo más sostenible, más accesible y conseguir que la enorme fuerza de este sector económico incida en una mejor calidad de vida de las personas que acogen a los viajeros y, al mismo tiempo, que proporcionan una experiencia gratificante a los viajeros y para que ésta sea inolvidable. Necesitamos para ello promover y estimular soluciones turísticas creativas e innovadoras que incorporen la sostenibilidad social, económica y medioambiental en todos los procesos de esta enorme cadena. Queremos fortalecer las sinergias entre el sector público y el privado y organizaciones como la nuestra, ONU Turismo. En esta tarea, para nosotros, el Cabildo de Gran Canaria e Infecar son los aliados y colaboradores necesarios. Afortunadamente, el sector turístico está recuperándose, con una estimación de 1,2 mil millones de viajeros internacionales en el año pasado, y todo parece indicar que este año, el año 24, llegaremos a superar las cifras globales anteriores a la pandemia. Actualmente ya hemos recuperado el 88% de las cifras de prepandemia, siendo la previsión superar los 1,3 mil millones de turistas internacionales a nivel global. Este imparable número de viajeros genera impactos sociales, económicos y medioambientales, por lo que debemos afrontar los retos que se nos plantean. Y nada mejor y más eficaz que hacerlo juntos, aportando cada uno de nosotros experiencia, conocimiento y talento, para así afrontar con éxito los retos planteados. Generar experiencias inolvidables, cuidar el entorno, formar capital humano de la industria turística, realmente el pilar de esta industria, son algunas de nuestras tareas, y afrontar desafíos como atender las expectativas de los viajeros, cada vez más exigentes y mejor informados, atender los cambios en la forma de viajar, antes, durante y después del viaje, incorporar la innovación tecnológica en la gestión de todos los procesos para prevenir situaciones adversas y anticiparnos en las soluciones. Necesitamos una gestión eficaz de los destinos turísticos para mejorar la experiencia de los viajeros y la calidad de vida de los residentes. La industria hotelera en este marco es esencial, pues es una parte importantísima de toda la cadena de valor turística y por ello su implicación es primordial. Los hoteles se enfrentan a estos cambios, al mismo tiempo que son cada vez más sostenibles y ofrecen experiencias más personalizadas a los viajeros. Todo ello en un entorno tremendamente competitivo. Es por ello que el reto de este año está dedicado a tecnologías y soluciones turísticas en hoteles y nuevos modelos de negocio, centrándose en dos categorías. Uno, la innovación en hospitalidad digital y modelos de negocio, y dos, impacto en la sostenibilidad. Y nos alegra muchísimo desde ONU Turismo ver que el gran interés que ha suscitado esta categoría, estas dos, por los participantes y las aplicaciones recibidas de todo el mundo. Agradecemos sinceramente vuestra colaboración. Y quiero felicitar a los 10 finalistas del desafío de hospitalidad por haber llegado a la final. Valoramos y reconocemos vuestro esfuerzo, vuestro trabajo y os deseo muchísima suerte en la presentación. Estamos preparados para iniciar una jornada apasionante que nos tiene que ayudar a todos a tomar impulso y a seguir trabajando. Ánimo y muchas gracias.
Gracias. Thank you very much, Isabel, Maria Isabel Oliver. Well, once DigiON has been officially inaugurated, let's start with the first panel, Reshaping Hospitality Through Strategic Investments in Technology, Innovation and Education. Today is an honor for me to introduce you to Peter Janet, Coordinator in the Department of Innovation, Education and Investments of the United Nations World Tourism Organization, who will be moderating this roundtable. Let me talk about Peter before he comes on stage and about his labor, his work in the tourism organization. He has played a pivotal role in advancing tourism-related initiatives across the European region. With a deep understanding of both the public and private sectors, Mr. Janek's leadership underscores the importance of collaboration and innovation in driving sustainable tourism practice globally. Peter, welcome on stage. As I said, he will be moderating this roundtable, and we would like to also welcome Mr. Teo Bortoluzzi. He is a Business Development Manager in Curtin Hospitality. Welcome.
Thank you.
Mr. Bortoluzzi. Mrs. Agnes Pierce, she is Director Global Head of Sustainability Hospitality in Amadeus. Welcome, Agnes. We also have Mrs. Regine von Stieglitz. She is President of Board of Directors, Hospitality School of The Hague. Welcome on stage. We also have Mrs. Coqui Garcia Roman. She is Director of Innovation in Atlantis Technology and Systems. She's getting her microphone on. It's okay, it's okay, no problem. Peter, it's a pleasure having you back in Gran Canaria one more year.
Thank you very much, and it's a great pleasure for me, and I'm very sorry for my voice, which has got disappeared in the last 2 days, and I will try to do my best not to lose it at all. So, no, it's a great pleasure for us, and Isabel said, this is the second consecutive year that we are here, and hopefully this is going to continue in the years to come. It's always a pleasure to be in this wonderful island, though we not really have the time to visit it because it's usually the airport, convention center, airport, and the hotel in the
But every
between.
time you come, it's fantastic weather. I don't know why.
No,
in the island.
that's great. No, that's great, and it's a fantastic panel. As you can see, it's very well gender balanced. So thanks God I have Theo with me, not to feel overshadowed by wonderful women. And then, without further ado, I really would like to go into the details. We know that in the last 5 years, greenfield tourism investments reached almost $200 billion, and 66% of it went to hospitality industry, so like creating hotels from scratch. This is a big number and shows the appetite of the industry. Of course, we are bouncing back. As Isabel said, 1.3 billion people traveled approximately already last year, and we are going to way beyond in this year. But this is not going to work on its own. We need innovation, we need education to make the ecosystem come together and bring the industry forward. So I really would like to start with our colleague from the hospitality school, Regine. I have one question to you. What are some of the recent trends or developments in the hospitality industry that the school is addressing through your curriculum and industry relations?
Oh, very good question. Thank you. Thank you to allow me to kick off. You know, in general, the trends, I think we all know. It's about digital sustainability, but not to forget, and I think that's all very important in tourism and hospitality, is all about leadership skills, personal skills, and that mix of those three components are mainly the big trends. Maybe to dive a little bit more into detail, because we all know those buzzwords, but if you dive into digital, it goes into all types of directions. We are currently closely working together with a technical university in studying about robotics. We all know those cute robotics, but it's not only about cute robotics, it's also about turning a bed automatically so that housekeeping does not need to turn and carry mattresses. So it goes in all types of directions. This is robotics. We all know that AR and VR are also part of it. So it's a huge part for education. We know, mainly a hospitality school, we can't do it alone. We need to cooperate and partner with the industry, but also partner, as I just mentioned, with other universities to get that innovation from those different dimensions together and apply it for tourism and hospitality.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Okay, even without this? Okay, good. We are on the right track. No, thank you. I think touched upon very important part that on your own you cannot create your curriculum. You really have to have an understanding from the sector, from the private sector, which is usually driving the wheel in this regard. But nevertheless, also you have to have cooperation with the policymakers. So a follow-up question will be to you in the next round. How do you do this? Is there any already dynamism between public and private sector in the Netherlands, or let's say in Europe, where they bring together the policymakers and you really want to hear, okay, what does the school think about the future, how the sector from a hotel perspective sees the future, and how the policymakers can help both for their own benefits as well. That will be the second one for the next time. And I will go now to Theo, which is who is working in this very prestigious hospitality industry, actor Curtin. How would you see Curtin hospitality from other players in the industry? What differentiates you from others, and why people would choose you over some others?
Thanks, Peter. Very good question. Thanks for the invitation, first of all. It's a pleasure being here. Well, first of all, I would say that Curtin is a very much growing group, born out of Ireland, but has seen a very huge development in the Middle East and is now also getting a lot of traction in Europe. How we see ourselves is really, we see ourselves different from other classic operators. We are trying to de-standardize the hospitality, let's say, operations. We feel like every hotel, every single destination where we operate should be different from the other. We don't like cookie cutters. We don't like to copy-paste the same exact room box in different cities. We like to create an experience, whether we are in Gran Canaria and whether we are in London or whether we are in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. So there needs to be differentiation, which technically you don't really see it on many of the large operators that are very used on very standardized approach, which pretty much create similar experiences throughout. So that's something that really differentiates us and set us apart. At the same time, we feel like the experiential journey of the client needs to be enhanced. If a client goes out at night and wants to have breakfast at 11 a.m., why can't he have breakfast? Because the breakfast terminates at 10. This is something that we're trying to kind of solve in our property. So we got rid of the buffet breakfast. We're doing a la carte breakfast, and you have all-day breakfast. So you can get up late, and you can have the breakfast later. So all these aspects, we try to incorporate them in our in the way we operate the hotels. We allow much more flexibility. We work together with owners, investors, whether they're private owners, family owners, but also large institutional funds. For example, in the Middle East, we're working with some of the largest funds and hedge funds in the world, such as, for example, the PIF. And this really allows us to manage a little bit the expectation on both ends, but always trying to create that tailored experience that creates a difference. And to add to this, and then going back also to what Regina mentioned, I think what's really important in order to follow up on trends, to be following the pace, well, you need to have also that kind of youth point of view, so allowing collaborations or interactions with universities, allowing young interns to actually have a say, not just use them as bellboys or waiters or runners, but actually give them some empowerment and allow them to express their opinion. I think that the group, Curtin in particular, is particularly strong on this because they're allowing the vision from the younger generation. I myself have experienced this over the past 4 years with the group, so this is something that perhaps will allow innovation and moving forward.
Thank you, Theo. Moving forward, I think Amadeus doesn't need an introduction here in the room. Everyone knows it's one of the key players pushing the industry forward. And you are the global head of sustainability. How do you see that NGOs and business can work together in promoting more sustainable hospitality practice? Of course, for us as a UN agency, the Agenda 2030 and the Sustainable Development Goals are like the Bible. Nevertheless, you also have to be aligned and helping the sector to accelerate, because now we have a crucial moment reaching 2030, and we should start slowly talk about what next. So how would you see this from your perspective?
Okay, yeah, thanks for the question. And like Theo just said, I'm super happy to be here with you today. So as a private company, it's super important that private sector and public sector work together to align on what is sustainability, how can we make a better sustainable hospitality. You said earlier, Theo, that you're trying to see how we can differentiate, how your properties can differentiate, how you can make more sustainable actions. But at the same time, it's important that we try and align with industry standards what is sustainability and how can we showcase this, what the hotels are doing, and to have a common understanding of what it is and what are the challenges. So at Amadeus, we recently joined the Sustainable Hospitality Alliance, which an NGO that's very strong in the industry. We are also part of the Travelist Coalition, which is also trying to identify what should be the standards in terms of sustainability for hospitality. And our mission and our work here is to help the industry align on what does it mean to be sustainable. And this is on the environmental front, on the social front, and things like that, because if we don't have a common understanding of what it is, everybody can claim, well, I'm sustainable, I'm doing this, that, and the other. So it's important that private companies, such as Amadeus, but not only, with the public organizations, work together into defining that.
Thank you very much. So from a global perspective now, we are going to land to Canary Islands. And I'm really happy to have a Koki with us who has an extensive experience in working in the public administration, universities, and of course now private companies like Atlantis Technology. So I would like to ask, what role do you think that these agents, it's been mentioned, can currently play in the transformation of the hospitality industry in the islands?
I think the three agents, public administration, companies, and academia, university, are somehow here, are define the social model of triple A's of innovation to promote competitiveness for capture or region. But in the case of Canary Islands, as outermost European region, we have some characteristics that we have to adapt the role of each of these. Sorry, yeah, better now? We have to adapt the role of each of these three agents. Yeah, is to, for example, in last year, the tourism sector represented here in Canary Island 35.5% of our GDP. And also Canary Islands last year was recognized for having the greatest tourist recovery after COVID in Spain. This seems that they are good news, but not necessarily good news, because I think that the label so strong that Canary Island have in tourism sometimes doesn't allow to see the high potential that we have as a smart destination region. I mean, we have a good university, we have a specialized people, students in technological and scientific fields, and also infrastructure. So also it can be taken in account that our business sector here in Canary Island, 82% of the business sector is made of micro SMEs or self-employer workers. So in this scenario, it's not easy to promote the innovation, the technology transfer to university. Business sector is not able to absorb the students trained in university. So the only way, I think, in my opinion, the only way to have to reach tourist destination, smart destination, of course, centered in the hospitality industry, is that the three agents of the ecosystem work in some common objectives. One of them is to include the startup ecosystem, and with this, the private investment, the business angels, for example, in this triple helix model, because as I said, our base in the business sector are micro SMEs. The other objective, for example, I should say it, is that from universities, we should promote the projects or the technological and scientific training for students oriented to tourism. And the other important objective is that the projects, the innovative projects of the greatest companies here in Canary Island, we have few of them, but we have at least these structural projects of these big companies have to be supported by the public administration, because the big companies are attractor for the rest of the agents. They are able to absorb the students, they are able to absorb the technology from university and the startup ecosystem also.
So thank you, Koki, and you highlighted once again the importance of bringing all the stakeholders from the ecosystem together. So I go back to my second follow-up question from Regine. How do you see that the school is sufficiently involved in this decision making? It's like really are you in constant talk with industry, and has the public sector is listening to both of you when it comes to the challenges?
To start with the industry, Hotel School The Hague is founded by industry and for industry in 1929. We are very much connected with industry. On Thursday, we invite many CEOs to discuss about the challenges of the industry and to reflect and translate then what does that imply for research, but also for education and continuous change of the curriculum, right? But also providing students the possibility to ask any questions to the CEO, because it was already mentioned. I think it's crucial to connect that innovation power of young students, young professionals, with the more seasoned professionals, and to have a good discussion about it, because at the end, the innovation, as we always say, they will create those hospitable futures. So it comes from students at the end. So that's the industry part. We are also part of the Sustainable Hospitality Alliance. In there, we are contributing to build an academy on sustainability and hospitality. These are two topics, and one not to mention, it's very comparable to here, a startup challenge, but we do have a student challenge, a worldwide sustainable hospitality challenge, where again, students work on a sustainable project and pitch it in front of CEOs again. Yeah? So, and maybe to mention our curriculum, every course has a industry commissioner. So even from year one, our students are linked to industry and relevant challenges industry currently face are included in our education. So that is a little bit the connection to the industry. Now, if you look at the public side, honestly, I think that, yes, we see many challenges, but we forget about the opportunities. And in linking the opportunities from public to more tourism or hospitality, there are still vast opportunities, because I think I'm not coming out of the hospitality industry. I have a computer science background. In there, those companies are much more familiar with connecting the public side with education and the industry side. To give just an example, there are huge funds within Europe, Brussels, but also within the Netherlands, and I'm pretty sure within any country, to stimulate innovation. But the only thing you require is joint funding. So joint funding of a university by putting resources in it, but also funding by industry. And that last part is still a little bit missing. There's going lots of funding of hospitality industry into all kinds of areas, but to think a little bit longer than only the operational cycle of 3 years, but also 5 years, 10 years. Sustainability is all about long term. It requires co-funding. And if we manage to get that co-funding more, then we also can grasp that opportunity of public funding. So that's about funding and projects. In general, something which is more of a challenge, and I'm pretty sure it is applicable for all countries. It is certainly applicable in the Netherlands, mainly in big cities, the point about tourism and over-tourism. So I think we have a challenge to get the public side on the fact that tourism is also embracing and stimulating different kind of tourism than only the Insta or the main cities or whatever. And I think we have a joint responsibility in that, so that the public side remains supportive on our side. So it's an opportunity on one side, and on the other side, absolutely a challenge and responsibility we need to face.
Thank you, thank you. I cannot leave you without one last question, taking into account that you're coming from a school, no? We know that according to an ILO prediction until 2025, 2050, almost 800,000 jobs annually will be needed to run the sector. So my question would be, how do you see the appetite of the young generation of going to hospitality schools and really try to have their future in the sector?
Yeah, it's always a challenge. I want to distinguish a little bit, if I may, because what I see, we are an applied university, so we provide degrees of bachelor and masters, and recently also professional doctorates. I think the main challenge is much more on the vocational degrees in terms of numbers, right? But in general, the appetite of youngsters, I think what I see, I'm leading now the school since 2018. I need to say, although the pandemic was in between, luckily, many of our students are going into the hospitality industry, which is broader than only hotels. It also is about Amadeus, Booking.com, and all kinds of investment parties, all kind. It's a huge, vast industry, right? But they go into that industry. Of course, I need to say that many of our students also further pursue a master before they really go into industry. Yeah? So we need to be aware that from a public side, educational side, it is much more stimulated to have a bachelor plus a master degree. And you really can see it. While I was joining in 2018, it was 10%. Currently, it's 18% of our students after a bachelor going immediately into the master and then into the industry. I think that the appetite is stay connected. So if industry stays connected with the curriculum and those students see those cool parts, right? And not only from a bachelor perspective, the operational challenges they need to face anyhow, right? They will face them once they are out, but they get a kind of appetite about the many differences in that industry, right? So we need to be careful to make our industry small, stereotype our industry, but give that rich flavor to it. And then I'm sure that they will join.
Thank you. Thank you for the great contribution. You mentioned also financing. So I think there is the session is about investing in technology, innovation, education. So Theo, the good thing of being a moderator that I can go off the script. So my next question won't be to what we agreed upon actually. So how do you see the financing part of hotels? No, that innovation and also many hotels run their own educational programs and technology is going to be there. There is money for that to make the differentiation, as you said, experience. No, that you differentiate yourselves through experiences. That do you think that there is a money or there is a financing gap really to push forward the industry towards achieve these goals?
Well, there must be money. This is something that is extremely important. We as Curtin, together also with Agnes and Ms. Regina, we are part of the Sustainable Hospitality Alliance, so we share ideas, we try to find common goals that all together we can eventually invest on and then develop within our own organizations. At the same time, education is extremely important. Having a strong correlation with universities such as Hotel School The Hague is something that we always try to pursue. We are part of some of their challenges. Our CEOs are effectively on the board of some of their events and challenges to really find some sustainable initiatives for the future. Today is the way we really compare hotels and we can determine whether a hotel is successful or not is usually through some very determined metrics, which is ADR, RevPAR, occupancy. Those are the standard ones. We are missing probably a metric that regards sustainability. The carbon footprint is probably too little. It just goes into one direction, which is the E part of the ESG goal. So the S part is as important, and we really need to find ways to really determine how we can balance this in our organizations. And of course, investments are needed. So organizations, but whether they're public or private, they need to invest into those goals. We are proudly investing in ESG in an ESG strategy. Which we are currently doing as an internal scope to improve our hotels, find how we can be more sustainable on our hotels, but eventually we will also commercialize and utilize to support the local business owners that maybe don't have the means to actually invest in these means. We're talking about countries such as, I'll give the example of Italy, which I'm proudly from. We have 32,000 hotels, only 5% of those are branded. The remaining 95% are managed by families, managed by private owners. And eventually they are not really keeping the pace with international brands. Of course, they see the world from a different perspective. And yet they would need the support to really do one step forward, because at the end of the day, they're the ones that are finally producing most of the carbon footprint of the country, because 95% of the hotels are managed by them. So there really needs to be some collaboration. There needs to be some openness from the hotel owners on one side to try innovate, because sometimes it's hard for the traditional business owners to invest a penny on something new or try to differentiate from what they've been doing for over a family generation. So there needs to be some openness on their side, but also from the international chains. And I go back to what I mentioned before, de-standardization. So trying to look at it also from the perspective of the business owner. So one 30 rooms hotel owner in Rome or in Canary Island cannot, of course, discuss or have follow the standards of big chains coming from Hilton, Marriott, because just the numbers, the scale doesn't work. But still, they are there, and still they need support. So there needs to be some flexibility also from the big guys, from the operators, to accommodate somehow the request of these smaller players.
Thank you, Theo. I will go now back to Agnes. I mean, you mentioned sustainability and industry standards. How this is shaped sustainability and the standards from Amadeus' point of view?
Well, Amadeus, as we said, is part of different NGO to try and shape the standards in the industry. But then our mission is also to help our customers, mainly hoteliers, destination organizations like DMOs. How can we help them through the technology that we provide reach their own sustainability goals? Theo said, and rightly so, you have all sorts of hotels, accommodation providers in the world. You have the big chains, you have the small independent. They all have, some of them, their own sustainability strategy on on environmental or social. How can we help them in terms of providing the right tools, the right technology to measure this, to showcase their sustainability efforts? And this is very important that we talk to everybody with the different industry players, as their needs can be very different. It's true that big hotel chains and the smaller independents won't have the necessary need, the same need, and how can us Amadeus as a technology company help them showcase this effort, help to do different things? And to the point of what was discussed before, what you said and what you also said, I think one of the very important elements will be, technology or not technology, is about the education and the awareness of what is sustainability, what is that. There is a long way to go there still, and we are also, same as you said, a part of this committee that is in the Sustainable Hospitality Alliance to develop training programs and things like that. This is something, even through our technological solution, that we can help, but the education piece is number one, I think.
Thank you, Agnes. It's really great to have like a global overview, and then I can really narrow it down to Koki for the Canary Islands perspective, who has this particular experience, of work for the public sector, private sector, and the academia. How what has been told here is really working in the Canary Island, particularly from an innovation point of view?
Yeah, it's what I said before in my first question. I think that the label of tourism as a most likely massive tourism is so settled for Canary Island that it is difficult to highlight the other possibilities that we have. For example, we are applying from university, from companies, from startups. We are applying a lot of technology for tourism sector, and in particular to hospitality sector. Of course, the artificial intelligence is one of the most known technologies. We will see today in the startups the pitches that almost all of them have something to do with artificial intelligence and its infinite possibilities that it has, for example, to customer segmentation in order to adapt the commercial actions. But I would like to highlight other technologies that we are using here in Canary Islands. And one very important is the data spaces. That means digital spaces applied or used to share data between all the actors in an ecosystem. So in this sense, for example, in Atlantis, the company where I work, we have a project called Wando. Wando is a marketplace of tourist activities where they participate hotels and also the companies providers of these activities. The high value of this project, I would say, that is the data sharing in real time. This is the specific word, the real time. Not sharing data, but it's in real time. And why? Because to have data in real time allows you to know what's happening, the tourist behavior in real time, and take action, which is most important, to take action in real time. So other technologies that we are using here in Canary Islands, for example, from my company Binter, in facial recognition in the boarding gate in the airport, but also for hotels to substitute the plastic keys in the rooms to enter a room for the easy system of facial recognition in order to enter a room. And again, that allows to have data about to the sentiment of the tourist and so on. Other technologies, for example, cybersecurity is, I think, the biggest forgotten, but it's very important because 65% of hotels has incidents related with security in the last 2 years because they affect to the financial data and also the data, the confidential data of the clients. So it's very important also this technology, and in our company Atlantis we have a lot of products and services related with that.
Thank you very much. I think you touched upon two very important topics which we not really will have the time to discuss is the data, no? The power of data from an investment point of view, from an innovation point of view. I mean, Amazon, Amadeus is thrive on data, no? It's all their services is really based on data, even trying to be really real-time data. And the other one is, when we talk about this innovation and everything, it's cloud-based, the security matter, no? It's not necessarily, we have the time now to discuss it, but maybe one of the startup will bring up. We had the opportunity to talk with Christy, who has a very interesting project to share, and the importance of cybersecurity and data protection in this regard, because everything is recorded, listened, and artificially intelligently modified could be. So once again, thank you very much. I will give you one extra to wrap up the session, one sentence, each and every one of you. You know that the title of the session is Hospitality through Strategic Investment in Technology, Innovation and Education. What does it mean for you, Theo?
For me, education is extremely important. Technology is so as well, but needs to be used consciously. Technology needs to be used especially to make hotels more efficient, but we cannot lose the human touch. Otherwise, we will lose talent, we will lose the feeling and the experience that we can create in hotels. So that needs to stay, and there needs to be some balance between the technology and the human touch.
Thank you, Theo. Agnes.
Yeah, I would say that technology, innovation, and education, I don't want to choose one of these three. The recipe for success is combining the three of them. How can we educate people through the technology assets we have and with really innovative ideas, innovative technologies? So for me, these three aspects are very important and we need to combine them together.
Thank you. Regine.
Yeah, I'm following absolutely the remark beforehand. I just want to say, certainly because I'm coming out of more the technology side and learning about the hospitality, do not underestimate the crucial part of combining the social, human, hospitality skills and all the people who are thrilled and attracted by that, to combine it with technology. But don't lose your core. It's all about a mix with also the confidence that hospitality makes a difference in this world as well.
Thank you. Koki, what would be your message for the people of the Canary Islands? I mean, they are listening already here, but what
Well, I would say that to add something different of my partners, is that all academic education companies all have to be present data, because data is knowledge and knowledge gives competitiveness. So all the agencies in the ecosystem has to be oriented to that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That would have been the first panel from our side. Once again, it's a great pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. von Stieglitz, Mr. Bortoluzzi, Mrs. Pierce, and Mrs. Garcia for being today with us, reshaping hospitality. And ladies and gentlemen, it's time to listen to the first group of startups, the first group of entrepreneurs. To introduce them and their pitches, let me present Mr. Glenn Cowenbergs, Senior Innovation Specialist in the Department of Innovation, Education and Investments in the United Nations World Tourism Organization. Glenn, welcome on stage.
Thank you, Laura. Good to be back as well. For me, definitely the most important part, the entrepreneurs. This is our second challenge with Infecar. The first one was based on island destinations, and this time on hospitality. So we received in record time, because we launched in December and closed everything mid-January. We received 120 applications from over 70 countries, and they're all great projects and even greater people. I was able to meet everybody yesterday, and every project has its own characteristic. Very happy not to be in the jury, because it's a difficult job. And in the end, after the two pitches, because we will have 5 pitches now and then 5 pitches after the coffee break, we will award a startup per category, where after that will be added and accompanied as well to the UN Tourism Innovation Network. So before giving the floor to the first startup, I would like to give some context by putting the video of the competition we used for the launch. We'll put on the video a little bit later, because this is the one about the new rebranding we did, the UN Tourism branding. But we'll put it on before the last startup. So without further ado, I would like to give the floor to Schulering, a agile-driven platform that gives the opportunity to connect stakeholders from the hospitality sector.
Hello, everybody. I will just wait for my clicker here. It's the beauty of being first, I believe. Have you ever been to a hotel or a restaurant and feeling welcome in such a way that it made you feel special, like you are unique? You know, hospitality has built these feelings, has built some strategies for us to feel unique, to feel special in one way. But there are 3 challenges, 3 problems that are challenging our human connection with the industry. That is to hire and retain top talent. Academy in industry seems to having a little disconnection on the way that they are talking. And there is the normal and natural customer behavior changes that creates a new industry, and how we can adapt to this new industry. Now, technology will ease most of these pain points. However, in hospitality, we need humans, and human development needs investment and innovation. My name is Mauricio Schiller. I'm the founder of Schillering, a hub made for hospitality. With Schillering, learning and development will be hybrid, flexible, and personalized. To explain how it works, I will tell you the story of 2 characters. Sophia, a general manager, and Lily, who is looking for a summer job. Sophia, for the last 2 years, has been facing a high turnover of employees, wasting countless hours of management training. and facing staff resistance to the technologies that she's applying. With Schillering job matching tool, she can now find cultural fit candidates, reducing the turnover, and the standardized operating procedures improves the onboarding process, making training more consistent and simpler. And the target learning path helps her team to actually adopt the new technologies. For Sophia, she's just looking for a fun environment to work, and she sees hospitality as the perfect fit. But she has no education or experience. Schillering helps her to filter places that matches her needs. And the personalized learning path helps her to get the skills that she needs to evolve, not giving her the experience, but giving her confidence to perform. With Schillering, these two now can connect, and while Sophia helps Lily to develop her competencies and set career goals, Lily can learn while she works, making sense of the new skills, and develop further skills that she's passionate about, like social media for hotels, for example, without facing the fear of rejection from the management. And she can build a personal brand inside the hotel. So this is not the end of Schillering, this is just the beginning. Schillering will simplify hiring and training while fostering a better employer-employee alignment, which will decrease the stress among teams and reduce the turnover. And when things get a little bit cloudy for the future, they will rely on our global network of consultants. There are so many consultants that came after the pandemic. Our stakeholders are independent hotels, restaurants and cafes, hospitality consultants and workers, as well as the academy. Our subscription model is a 50 euro monthly that gives access for businesses to our standardized operating procedures, our AI assistant, templates, and access to our support, as well as a second revenue stream from the contracts and e-learning provided by consultants. In our financials, we predicted that reaching 680 businesses will become profitable. And our go-to-market plan actually started back in 2022 when we launched a podcast to understand the industry needs with consultants. We've since then have built a large consulting group, and we have launched now a cloud-based SOP builder on beta. We are partnering up with consulting firms and selecting ambassadors for a referral program. And next is to partner up with educational institutions. Our team is composed by me. I'm a former chef. I'm a graduated teacher. And I spent the last 7 years working with innovation in hotels. Carlo is a former manager at Accenture and now is our community manager. Genia, that is a visual and image engineer and helping hotels to create content. And Felipe is our sales and marketing director. We have support of Panda Marketing and Me Legal. And we are looking for 250,000 euros for funding for 10% equity, mostly for the development, operations, and open new markets. You see, Schillering mission is to innovate and elevate the hospitality employment experience by making it flexible, enjoyable, and more meaningful. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Wow, time-wise, this was amazing, short elevator ride. We will now have a quick look at the video we found, hopefully. So, Sophia. Thank you. Up next is Twistic, one of the two startups that based in the Canary Islands. Also, based that we're our headquarters are based in Madrid as well. We have a very big and like potent Spanish network. Like 30% of the startups actually from the network are from Spain. So please go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Artemi. I am the director and co-founder of Twistic, where we are revolutionizing the digitization in hospitality industry. Today, I'm excited to share how we are pioneering the digital transformation in the buffet services in the hospitality sector, placing a strong emphasis in sustainability, efficiency, and technological progress. In the traditional buffet setting or setup, we've identified critical challenges as a language barrier, lack of media information on allergens, and a labor-intensive process involving paper labels that not only consume an excessive amount of time, but also lead to a significant financial costs that goes around 14,600 euros annually for managing 100 paper labels. As a solution, Twisted introduced an innovative digital solution at a fraction of the cost. Our system uses electronic labels, combined with a cutting-edge platform that not only automates but also instantly update menus information, effectively reducing the daily unproductive time to nearly zero. Our solution is designed with a deep understanding of daily challenges. Therefore, our interface is built on the principle of simplicity to help the employees in their daily tasks while maintaining a powerful core. The key of our innovation lies in the intelligent use of data. Our system carefully analyzes buffet performance, offering invaluable insights that empower decision-making. These functionalities improve and optimize production costs and food waste. Furthermore, we recognize the importance of seamless integrations in today's interconnected digital landscape. Our platform is designed to integrate with several PMS and other key operational systems within the hospitality industry. Our business model relies on the sale of electronic tags, which come with a monthly maintenance fee. This fee is scalable based on the number of the tags, making our technology accessible for both large hotels and smaller establishments. Twisted is made of a team of developers, content specialists, and a very highly motivated, qualified technicians that make a worker life easier, contributing to a more sustainable and fair planet. Currently, many well-known companies trust us as partners, significantly improving their processes and experiencing firsthand the enhancement of their staff quality, food safety, and contributing to a more sustainable future. At Twisted, through our digital solution, we are not only addressing environmental concerns, but also aligning with global sustainability goals. Our company is located in the south of Gran Canaria and operates in 25 countries. We promote local employment and economic growth, both in Gran Canaria and abroad, through synergies with local businesses by sharing technology, knowledge, and sustainable practices. In closing, I invite you to consider Twisted as your partner in embracing innovation and operational challenges. Together, we can set a new standard for sustainability and efficiency in the hospitality industry, making a lasting positive impact on our planet and society. Thank you for this opportunity to share our vision and commitment, and I look forward to collaborate towards a more sustainable and efficient future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, the next one is not here, so it's fine. Up next is Hostelflow from Tunisia, but due to visa applications, he wasn't able to be here. Something we are also fighting as UN Tourism is to let people travel without any specific visa restrictions. He will be tuning in from via video.
Hello. My name is Mehdi Tatar. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Hostelflow. I got my bachelor degree in Crans-Montana in Switzerland, in Les Roches. I worked in the Four Seasons Hotel and the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in Barcelona. And I also came back to my home country to work in the tourism sector, and that's from where the idea was born. So Hostelflow is the hospitality cloud-based platform, easy to use, customized, intuitive, and guest-centric.
Hi everyone, my name is Amin. I'm the co-founder and COO of Hostelflow. As Mahdi said, Hostelflow came in Tunisia to, for example, treat this kind of problem. First one is the guest journey, operating managers, and hotel owner. The main core of the problem in our country and in North Africa that we don't have many data regarding the guest journey in the pre-stay, in-stay, and the post-stay. Also, we don't have many data regarding the employees of the hotels, so we can follow them. And the hotel owner doesn't have like a visibility on what's happening inside his hotel. That's why we came up with Hostelflow, which is a simple PMS that contains many modules, such as the content management system, where we can digitize all the information of the hotels. We have the guest mobile app in a pre-stay, in-stay, and a post-stay. We have the F&B point of sale, where we can manage the different restaurants inside the hotel. Also, the employee management system and the spa and sports booking system, where we can manage all the activities inside the hotel. And this year, 2024, we are preparing our accounting and channel manager modules. Hostelflow is based on an AI-driven modular property management system. This is our guest app. This is the content management system. This is the food and beverage point of sale. This is also the employee management. This is our business model. It's a SaaS business model based on monthly subscription fees. For the content management system and the guest app, we go for $60 per month for an hotel less than 50 rooms. And for different modules, we have $99. And if you want another module, we will add another fees. But if you want to get all the simple PMS, it's going to be $499. This is our competitors. We have Crave, EasyWay, Better Space. Our difference is an all-in-one platform and an affordable price. We already raised $50,000 in Tunisia. We secured also clients in our country, and now we are raising $200,000 to go to the international market. We also self-funded our startups in the beginning. Our roadmap is to secure the North African first market as an international market, go to Africa, and also scale on different other markets by this year in 2024. 2025, we want to implement the smart hospitality as our scale, which is the artificial intelligence of things. And by 2026, we want to finalize the whole PMS with all the modules inside the hotels. Our scale is the smart hospitality smart room. So the guest can control his room from his smartphone. He can get access to, for example, the lighting. He can access the sound system, the door locks, and also to the room services and other different part of the room from his mobile phone. This is our team. We have a team that has different backgrounds, from technical backgrounds, management backgrounds, and also we have board advisors, people who used to work in hotels and used to work with different PMS and have many expertise in the tourism sector. This is our partners. We have our investors. We have Price who worked with us on the financial model. Our perspective is to be the PMS #1 in North Africa and to get an exit in a very late stage to be within the best PMS in the region. And our scale is the IoT, artificial and intelligence of things, that we want from every hotel to be a smart hotel. Every data is available. We can analyze many things. Thank you, everyone, and we hope we can make it next year to your competition. Good.
And the fourth one, all the way from Singapore, Sparkle Haze. Kirti, take it away to talk about more about the AI-driven messages you can bring to people.
Thank you, Glenn. Good morning, everyone. So this is the device, the baby, the child. Hi, my name is Kirti Chandel. I'm a CEO and founder for Sparkle Haze. At Sparkle Haze, we are innovating using generative AI to build personalized and sustainable hospitality and tourism industry. Today, I'm going to introduce you Woohoo X Series, which is a device, a technology, and innovation. It's a generative voice AI assistant with which a guest can actually request anything within the room. And it helps basically to enhance guest experience and engagement and also sustainability. We have been fortunate and are thankful to be backed by Saudi Tourism Authority, Singapore Tourism Board, UNWTO, NEOM, and Royal Commission of Alula, and Dubai Tourism Board as well. We have also won the most innovative hospitality product in the world award as well with Saudi Tourism Authority, Singapore Tourism Board, Sharjah Tourism Board, Dubai Tourism Board, and UNWTO. As the world has been coming out of, you could say, we see a really large opportunity, and the world has been coming out of pandemic just now. As you can see, we are recovering from it, and the hospitality industry is actually suffering the most of it because there is a huge shortage that we see in the hospitality industry. A lot of employees that were actually let go at the time of COVID, a lot of them has not come back, and they have found alternative jobs. So we see a huge opportunity there, and what we did is actually or you could say, reduce the dependency on the staff by freeing them from the daily mundane task and regular, you can say, a very mundane task of making requests and all that stuff. So basically that free the staff, or you can say the employees in the hotel, to be more effective. So this is how a typical hotel room would look like. It consists of, you can say 90% of the rooms are like that. It consists of an alarm clock, a speaker, a stationary compendium, and your side desk is completely actually full. You don't have any space to keep your own devices. And one of the issues with these is most of these devices are basically dumb devices, doesn't provide you any data, and requires a lot of cleaning. And this is where we see the most of the opportunity, where we can actually provide the value add. So what we did is basically combine all of this into one single form factor. And this is how a smart, minimalistic that room would look like with this one single device. Not only that, we also have, you can say, a generative AI engine that sits behind, which actually helps the general manager of the hotel to provide real-time data insights and to make the decisions on the basis of that. So providing and understanding their guest even better. And we have more than 100 plus hotel technology integrations behind, which provides you valuable insights on that. We also helps the hotel to actually increase more guest engagement within the room through, you can say, tourisms and local tourism and experiences. As of the last year, we actually have more than 400,000 tourism interactions, 110 nationalities, and basically helped generate 7.5 million revenue in EB. Not only that, this is basically the first world generative AI assistant, and you can see the opportunities along with that for the guest engagement is infinite. So we have basically for now three different models. One is a Woohoo X series, which is designed in California, and it contains JBLs by Harman speakers. Then we also have a tablet, and then we also have a QR code. That is where we initially started with. This is our team. It's basically women-founded and majorly women-driven team, as you can see. I myself is a CEO and founder, and I have an experience. I have worked with Ritz-Carlton at Point, and I have a decade of experience in building hospitality products. I also have Andrea. She is marketing. She's heading the marketing and is originally from Canary Islands. Then I have Surpi and Sharon. They actually have a background in hospitality and travel industry. We only are not helping the hotels, but we are also helping the tourism industry by local tourism industry by actually building up tourism data hub and also promoting local economy and also sustainability. Also last year I had the opportunity to present this slide at UNWTO World Tourism Day on 27th and 28th of September. In summary, what I could say is basically we are helping to boost local economy by promoting local craftsmanship and local businesses. And we are also promoting green hospitality by digitization and also making the guest more aware about the sustainability through interactive images on the device. And also we are promoting, you can say, tourism engagement, personalized tourism engagement to provide more data about your guest who is staying within the hotel and their preferences. So thank you.
Thank you, Kirti. I suppose we can give the device a try during the break, no? Thank you. So the last person of this session is the startup Everhost, who are providing their guests with a personalized welcome book.
Olá, tudo bem? Surgiram muitas dúvidas sobre Everhost. Eu sou brasileiro. Everhost é de Detroit. Lo que vou passar é pitch para investidores e tal, como se ganha dinheiro. E nós outros vamos que é fato que vamos a ganhar. Lo que me gostaria falar rapidamente é Everhost ha nascido porque minha vizinha estava desempregada e queria fazer tartas para vender a los hotéis. E não existia nada que lhe conectara a pessoa. Hoje se tira a los niños, sustenta em uma zona rural, vendendo a los hóspedes que antes da reserva de São Paulo, Rio, já encargam as tartas, as bebidas, e hoje tem isso solo. Então, isto é o que... Perdona. A solução. Nossa competência vende os livros a $99 em Europa. Nós outros temos gratuito. E queremos chegar a todos os países e dar esperança aos pequenos hoteleiros. Então, uma das minhas ideias, esse é o mercado dos Estados Unidos, 40 mil, temos Marriott Bonvoy com nós outros também, grandes hotéis, mas aqui é o pitch que me ha enviado. Perdona? Os benefícios. Eu lo tenho em meu hotel, é pequeno, modelos de negócios. Hoje é o dia da justiça social, então pouco para tecnologias bem. 10 livros gratuitos. Nosso equipe são pessoas extremamente incríveis. Hombre, por deixar-me entrar na equipe também, não? A ideia. um brasileiro aqui, poderia ter venido eles. Um pouco dos valores. Já temos 1.200 proprietários com nós, que em média 1 a 10 imóveis têm, hotéis. Somos diversos. Perdona minha humildade. Primeira vez que hablo em
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to thank all these entrepreneurs because they are contributing to the growth and the evolution of tourism. It's time now for a break for a coffee. We will have 20 minutes, no more. Don't escape, be back. We will be looking forward to seeing what's up next. Thank you very much and see you soon.
Hi, everyone.
One, two, three, one, two, three, testing, testing, one, two, three.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Work.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're here again, facing the second part of this event. And in this second panel, we will be dealing with crafting policies and innovation practices through the integration of technology, sustainable infrastructure, and social innovation. We can effectively enhance the well-being of people, safeguard the planet, and foster prosperity. Peter Janner, coordinator in the Department of Innovation, Education and Investments of the United Nations Tourism Organization, will be again coordinating and moderating this panel. Peter, welcome on stage. We're going to make you speak a little bit more, not too much. And with Peter, we will have today Mrs. Elena Ruiz Garcia, Mrs. Maria Elena Ruiz Garcia, Vice President, Sustainable Business in Minor Hotels, Europe and America. Welcome, Maria Elena. We also have Mr. Casey Alexander Essener, Corporate Spokesperson and Head of Media Relations in TUI Group. Welcome. We also have Mrs. Amber Westerbork, Director of Sustainability and Impact in the Social Hub. Hello, welcome, Amber. To complete this panel, we have Carmelo León González. He is member of the Board of Directors, Federation of Hospitality and Tourism Entrepreneurs of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria. Bienvenido, welcome. It's all yours, Peter.
Thank you very much, and thank you for coming back. We always have the same issues. No, after a coffee break, we lose usually 2/3 of the people or 1/3 of it. But those who came back, thank you very much. It's really great to have you. I'm really happy again to have this wonderful panel because it's composed of really interesting companies and their representatives, and some of them I had the opportunity to talk already yesterday or before, and I'm pretty sure we are going to have a very great discussion because some of the key issues related to social, no, it's already came up in the previous discussion. So let me start with Elena, who is the Vice President of Sustainable Businesses of minor hotels in Europe and America. I mean, I'm pretty sure everyone knows and familiar minor hotels, what does it mean and what it's doing for the benefits of the whole sector. So my question would be that from your perspective as Vice President, particularly responsible for sustainable businesses, how technology can facilitate these sustainability efforts and how the group is answering to this ever-urging pressure, particularly, of course, after COP28 in Dubai, which was also, I think, a breakthrough in this regard and softening certain countries to give up certain things and moving to the direction of what I think the world is aiming for. Elena, please.
No. Long question. Well, we cannot consider moving forward to a sustainable business or transit the company to a sustainable business model if we are not considering the innovation and the technologies. So when we are talking about what the company is doing to integrate this technology, this innovation, and to offer the clients a sustainable experience, for sure we have to integrate and we have to take into account all the new technologies, all the new innovation solutions that the different stakeholders are bringing to us. Some example what the company is doing in this sense is, for example, how we are improving the monitoring and collecting all the data that we can get from the hotels to make sure that the operations are more efficient in terms of energy, in terms of any resources that we are consuming, to make sure that we are consuming just the quantity that we need to consume. So it's the best way to make sure that we are not waste anything, we are not waste food, we are not waste any kind of waste. We can manage the waste we are generating, but not just if we look at the end of the value, we need to look from the beginning of the process. It doesn't matter if we are talking about the hotel or the room service or the room selling. If we are thinking all the things, all the activities that happen inside the hotels, the room services, the MICE or the events holding in a hotel, the F&B services that we are offering the clients or our guests, how we can integrate these innovation solutions for each of these different activities.
Thank you very much. I go to Amber, which I really like your title, no? Director of Sustainability and Impact, no? Coming from the Social Hub, which is a quite new, no, company in the sense uncomparable with minor or other bigger chains. So in this regards, I mean, social innovation is coded into your DNA. That's what you are thrive on and bringing forward the ideas. So what are the strategies and approaches you believe are most effective in fostering social innovation within the hospitality industry?
Well, I think for us, number one, it's very much about understanding our community. So who do we actually have in our hubs? We don't, we call them hubs, not hotels, but they are hotels. We have quite a young generation in there, so really understanding what they are interested in, what they feel are things that we should be working on. And then the second part for us is really to make sure that whatever we decide to develop as a project or an initiative very much aligns with our business model. I think one of the pitfalls that companies can fall into is that they, whether it's environmental or social, that they focus on projects or initiatives that don't have a direct link to their business model. And as such, you unfortunately open a door to criticism, to accusations, because why would you, as company X, focus on Y if it's that far away from you? And I think the third thing for us to really foster that social innovation in there is to focus on really being humble and understanding what your role should be. So we as the social hub really see ourselves as a facilitator, as literally the hub where people can come together and they can collaborate and innovate. And we are not necessarily subject matter experts on everything, so we really make sure that we partner with the right organizations and companies to help us create that desired effect and that social impact without necessarily putting ourselves at the forefront and saying, this is what we do, what we excel in. Because in the end, we want people in our hubs to come together, connect, and innovate instead of us taking the stage all the time.
Thank you, Amber. I would move to Kursai from TUI. I think TUI is another company among others who doesn't need any introduction in this regards. And we're just talking about, as Isabel said, that we are rebouncing 1.3 billion. TUI operations are booming after COVID. These people are having an impact on the ground. So how this is communicated, that social innovation achievements, for example, the social hub achievements can be communicated from a way that people really understand its real meaning.
I think the key in communicating your impact is by storytelling. So don't just say what you do, but show the effect it has and the impact it has. You need a narrative and you need the human connection. So the people, for example, the communities in destination, that you involve them in your storytelling. You can not only do this to media, but you can organize, for example, workshops, community gatherings where you also involve local media. And another aspect is being very, very transparent about what you do. Have your facts in place and ready and reliable, and communicate them.
Thank you. Once again, we're starting from quite a global perspective and landing it to the Canary Island. Don Carmelo, muchísimas gracias por aceptar nuestra invitación. Es un placer contar contigo. Mi pregunta sería, ¿cómo está trabajando la Federación con el gobierno local en la conformación de políticas públicas relacionadas con la industria de la hospitalidad?
Want I answer in English or?
Como tú quieras.
Sí. Sí, yo prefiero. Yeah. That was much better for you, yes. The Federation is very much concerned with sustainability. It's a basic objective for the Federation. Is working along the government very closely because the government also has the objective for sustainability for the Canary Islands as a destination, and is implementing a number of policies in this regard. For instance, the government has complied with the Glasgow Declaration, reducing the emissions, the carbon emissions by 50% by 2030. And the Federation is actively engaging in this policy, and it's being implemented a lot of investments on energy efficiency. We are also having a next generation support of 20 million euros for adaptation of renewable energy in the sector. And there is also a program of biosphere certification on monitoring all the indicators of sustainability by the hotels, and the hotels are complying with these indicators. And we are actually the destination with more hotels, one of the destinations in Europe with more hotels certified in this biosphere certification of sustainability. So yes, the Federation is very active now on sustainability, and we work with operators, with all the stakeholders in this regard. And most of the hotels have adopted renewable energy systems, and they are very much concerned about the waste management as well. So the target of having a full circular economy in the Canary Islands is also a target that the Federation is working with the government in this regard. So in all the sustainability issues, the Federation is pretty much working hand in hand with the government.
Thank you, Don Carmelo. You also mentioned the monitoring that was mentioned by Maria Elena at the very beginning, which brings to my next question to you. I touched upon a little bit of COP28, and I know that Minor Hotels has a really strong sustainability policy in this regard. And I just want to know that how the outcomes of that COP28 is influencing your net zero approach vis-a-vis innovation.
Well, we have the commitment to become a net zero company 2 years ago. I think it was when they launched the commitment. And we are already have been working in the short-term commitment or in our short-term target. We have to reduce our carbon footprint or our greenhouse emissions by 2030. And for that, we have set the decarbonization plan, a first decarbonization plan, always looking at the end, we need to achieve this net zero company, but in the short term, we have defined 4 or 5 key levels. The first one is to improving the monitoring and the control of the data that we are able to predict how is the consumption we can have in the short future, and to make sure that we can adapt the operational that we have in the operation in the hotels to make sure that we are consuming as the minimum consumption that we need. The second level is for sure green investment, or investment to take into account when we are going to refurbishment a hotel, what is the best way to configure the hotel, to incorporate new materials, to incorporate the isolation, the facades, to incorporate new technologies that allow us to consume or to be more efficient. Also, invest in green energy, both for the self-consumption, but also increasing the electricity came from, or with the guaranteeing, or coming from renewable resources. And a 4th level related to defining and offsetting the strategy. I know that you cannot go to offset all the emissions you are emitting, but at least having a strategy to involve our clients in the same commitment that we have. So in this way, we launched neutral events for specific events, or the biggest event that we have in our hotels, and these are allow us to achieve the annual commitment, or the annual goals, or the annual target that we are defining to achieve this reduction for 2030. And for sure, we have monitoring, and we have to working with our suppliers, because if we are not helping this, or we are not in a partnership with them to developing new materials, to developing new technology, and to develop innovative solutions, we are not going to be able to achieve our own targets.
Thank you. I will have a follow-up question to you. You touched upon green investments. No, the green transformation of the sector is on our neck more than ever. No? If we would use the Secretary General of the UN, it says it's a climate emergency. It's now or never. So in this regard, the presence of the startups are the proof that we need innovation, and the climate tech as such. They are not necessarily that part of it, but they're touching upon certain elements of it. How minor hotels, and then you can think about it, because I will go for the next questions to the other ones. How minor hotel is reaching out to the entrepreneurs, or the entrepreneurs reaching out to you, rather than with their new ideas. Also, we have sustainable infrastructure, what you just mentioned, which are the resources, and how a hotel is built for the future. So how this is working, the symbiosis between your hotels and entrepreneurs, and let's say the startup ecosystem, bringing forward innovation?
Well, because we are working with these entrepreneurs, giving them the opportunity to pilot in the solutions in the hotels.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Going to TUI and keeping the green angle, no? How you foster green hospitality?
We do it through certifications. We force, I'd say, it's contractually binding our hoteliers to have to comply with the criteria of the Global Sustainability Tourism Council,
They have like 4 areas, and you have, I'd say, around 30 to 40 certificates that you can use, and third-party assessment for our hotels. And they have to make sure, we do also do internal audits of our hotels. We make sure that they comply with the GSCC criteria. So, and we had around 10.5 million guests being in GSCC certified hotels. We want to increase that number to 16 million in the coming years. And we've done external, so internal research, and it shows that certified hotels, in comparison to non-certified hotels, have less food waste, less freshwater consumption. They use green energy more. Employment of local people is higher. The rate of employment recruitment is higher. And indeed, our own research shows that the certified hotels have a higher guest satisfaction indeed. So we work with certification, and it's contractual binding, and we make sure. I think now around 85 to 86% of our hotels have a GSTC certification.
Fantastic. I think it's a great thing, you know, and the hotel is supposed to follow this line. I have a question from a consumer perspective. The consumers are do you think they're really ready to pay for it, to go a hotel which is certified, or they would choose that one instead of another hotel which is not certified? How is the price in return for them, do you think, in this ratio?
Do you want the real answer, or do you want the spokesperson?
The real one. We are in a small group, so whatever said here stays here.
No,
don't record.
Yeah, no, I think you have to distinguish between, I mean, we talked about it, just that bookings are rising and people are longing for holidays. And for many, many people, it's the top priority list of spending for the year. It's the biggest investment, the whole family is involved, but you have budget limitations. So in all fairness, many, many people choose price over anything else, right? But the consciousness of sustainability and of sustainable tourism rises. We see that with the TUI Care Foundation, because it's funded by donations from our guests, and that's rising. So I think customers and guests are more and more willing to choose a hotel that is sustainable or uses green energy or has a certification in that sense.
Thank you, thank you. I will come back to you for the TUI Foundation and impact investment, because that goes really to social innovation, no, and social inclusion. Amber, the social hub is really unique. Tell us in which way.
So the social hub has developed how we like to call it the hybrid hospitality model. So we are not just a hotel. We have student accommodation, we have hotel and extended stay, we have co-working, we have a restaurant, we have a gym, but it all centers around our community and our lobby. So whenever you enter one of our hubs, the lobby is as much of an open space as possible. Very little doors, very little restrictions, because we very much believe in the interaction between our different communities. Students who stay with us for a year are potentially interested in an internship, which they can then find in the co-working. The co-working entrepreneurs might be really interested in meeting some of our hotel business travelers. Families are looking for this inspiration and experience that is not just about, okay, I'm going to sleep here in my room and then I'm going to be out all day. They also want to experience the spaces that they're in. And so that is, I would say, unique about the social hub. And it's also what has made us very flexible and resilient. So looking at, for example, the COVID-19 pandemic, unfortunately, many of our peers around the world had to temporarily or permanently close their hotels. We had the fortune that even though we didn't have any hotel guests, we still had our co-working community, we still had our students, and so we could adjust the rooms accordingly, we could play around with the spaces. So also in challenging times, we have opportunities that help the hospitality model, but in general, we really feel that this is the future where you look at different ways of using spaces. And in our case, those are our hubs.
Thank you, thank you. Don Carmelo, everyone likes to have visions, no? We talk about this vision, that vision. I'm pretty sure that the Federation has a vision for the Canary Islands, no? How do you see it in the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years? That vision, how much is coinciding with the vision, for example, of the government? I would be really curious to know it from a public and private perspective.
Yes, any destination, any enterprise, any firm needs a vision to conduct its management and strategies for the future. And in the Canary Islands, we are committed to sustainability, very definitely committed to sustainability. All the stakeholders are involved that the Canary Islands should be a sustainable destination. Actually, we have worked along important policies over the years, trying to control the growth and impacts of the industry. And the entrepreneurship and the federation supports all these policies, and they are involved with the management of the growth of the tourism industry and also the potential impacts it has in the destination. And the vision actually is a vision of eco-hotels. We need to implement eco-hoteling for all the destination. So the share of eco-hotels become 90, 100% in the destination. Not only a minor examples of hotels that are sustainable. All the hotels should be sustainable, should be hotels with no impacts on the environment, zero emissions, no waste, all recycling, and efficient management of materials and energy. It's very important for complying with the all goals of sustainability of the islands and also complying with the goals of the planet. We are in danger with the planet, and we have to take care of all these measures.
Thank you, thank you. Elena, you were the first one mentioning and bringing the discussion monitoring and data. You have a vast amount of hotels at the disposal of minor. How the data collection is working? It's each and every hotel on its own, and then it's channeled through a central body, which after all creates the decisions and which needs to be implemented by the hotels, or each and every hotel does its own homework and does it accordingly?
The origin of the data came from the hotels, but we use a tool to consolidate all this information. We are now implementing a new tool to be able to collect the data at least, well, we calculate close to 70% of the data in an automatic way. And then for the rest, we will choose or we review other options like smart metering or any kind of this kind of things.
Thank you.
Yeah, but it's critical to be able to get information at least on a monthly basis, and even if it would be on a weekly basis, it would be really great because you can't take into account this information to move into the next solution, and not like in a forensic way that you look, oh, I have consumed all this energy, I have emitting all this carbon footprint. No, they give me now how much you are consuming and emitting, and giving to the hotels the solution to reduce their impact.
And I'm pretty sure that this is also have an impact on your ESG strategy. How this is impacting the ESG strategy and the reporting it annually within the context of, let's say, the 17 SDGs from our perspective?
Yeah, well, it's impacting the ESG strategy, but also in the company's strategy. Because when you are talking about consumption, and if you are talking about energy consumption, the balance sheet is really, really high. So you have to make sure that you are, as I said before, you are consuming as much as you need and no more. Because if not, you are wasting your money. And then more and more clients, or especially B2B clients, are demanding you, are requesting you have to give them the carbon emission that they are generating in your hotels, because they need to measure their scope 3. So you need a way to measure in an agile way how much you are emitting.
Thank you.
And provide this information to all the requests you are having.
So we really touched upon slightly the E part, no, of the ESG environment. So I will go now to say, and really taking the TUI Foundation, which is really focusing on community-based impact investment. How this is working for you? Is there really a real appetite for impact investment from your perspective?
Oh yeah, definitely there is. So first of all, the TUI Foundation is independent from the group, from the TUI group. The initial funding has been done by the company, but it's funded by donations from our guests. So they already make an impact by funding the TUI Care Foundation. I think one of our lighthouse projects that I'd like to mention here is we're coming to sustainable destinations. Unfortunately, not one of the islands of the Canaries, but we've chosen a Greek island, the island of Rhodes, and together with the Greek government, the TUI Care Foundation, the TUI Group, and the Aegean regional government, as well as the island, we are developing Rhodes as the first real sustainable destination in future, with all sorts of projects that we've launched. It's just recently started, but we want to use then the findings and the impact to have a blueprint for other destinations that we can use. We have launched a program which is called Future Shapers, because you talked about the impact on communities. It's called Future Shapers program, where we empower passionate people from the communities and the destinations to challenge or to take on challenges in the social or environmental area and turn them into entrepreneurial opportunities. We have in Cabo Verde just recently opened the Future Shaper House. It's a social hub where people come together, local NGOs, local entrepreneurs, young people, artists, artisans, and they can exchange ideas and work on certain projects and challenges. And I know that UN Tourism and the TUI Care Foundation have also partnered up. Last year was the conference on the least developed countries. We've set up a development fund where we're spending 10 million euros in the next years into these least developed countries in certain projects. And we have many more. We have also a change maker program, the TUI Care Foundation, bonding with the TUI Group again, where employees become volunteers. I've been one. I've been taking part in this, where we boost social impact and social innovation. I've been supporting on communications and marketing 2 companies, one in Tunisia and one in Egypt, after they struggled coming back into business when the pandemic hit them very hard. So it was a development program, tourism recovery program, and that makes a huge impact. And it's gratifying, and it's very nice to see how the big impact that you have, and also like how the local communities sometimes do not have an idea of what it means to be sustainable, and fostering that transformation and having the local communities also helping and learning to transform their destinations into sustainable destinations. Really gratifying to see and really nice.
Thank you, Kursai, and definitely you are also going to partner with us on the second Global SDG Startup Competition, which is going to be launched in a week's time in Barcelona. So thank you very much. On that, you have a really special angle, no? Empowerment of women. You are going to really look for companies which are led by women, because it's a special angle for you, correct?
Yeah, that is, yeah. And the Future Shapers program, or for example, we also have in Tunisia, where we train female mentors, and they again educate, they are train and empower females and young women in Tunisia, in particular on education and career development, so that they also can build their own tourism-related businesses and become entrepreneurs. So,
thank you. Going back to Amber, Kursai mentioned in the content, in the concept of this Greek project, the incorporation of the government, the public policy makers, national, local stakeholders. Are you working with them? Because social innovation is an integration, is giving back to the society, and should be important for the governments, national or local governments. How do you are working with them, or are they looking for you to offering certain venues that this might be good for you, because here there is schools, there is like an older house, and then they could be really benefit from your work?
Yes, I would say in general the governments and municipalities are very important partners to us. from the outset, we've very much made it a point not just to be this standalone entity in a city, but to really become an integral part of the city. As part of our community, we also definitely include citizens and neighborhoods, so we also very much welcome everyone into our hubs, not just people who might stay with us or work in our co-working. And we work with the municipalities and the governments in different ways. Often we are part of collectives, so city collectives, where, for example, in the Netherlands, we are part of a green hotel club, really partnering with the municipality of Amsterdam together with Amsterdam-based hotels on how are we greening the industry, how are we making sustainable business the norm. And we have several of those collectives, but also on a governmental level, we get together to talk about, okay, what should the role of the social hub be? What role can we play? Should we play? And really focusing also on advocacy and discussing with them, because of course having that relationship is good, but it also allows you to maybe get topics on the table that you feel are worth discussing, because well, what we sometimes also notice is we try to accelerate, we try to challenge, we try to grow, and sometimes we run into the boundaries of what is possible within a municipality or within a country. And so it also really allows us to have those forward-looking conversations about, okay, where should we ideally want to go in the next 5 to 10 years, for example, and what if we already want to be there? What if we want to pivot and pilot something? And can you then already give us, like, can we pioneer together? So it is definitely a great opportunity for us on the social side, but also on the environmental side, to have those close relationships. And I think, especially with both of these topics, they are so important for countries and for municipalities, but also they are so vast and complex. So you need all the different partners in your industries and in your sectors to work together. So yeah.
Thank you. I have one question, which could be nice also to Elena, because minor hotels is minor hotels. When you create a hotel, a hotel usually have a traditional meaning. People go there to relax. Your concept is slightly going beyond of a traditional hotel, a meaning of a real hotel. Could you go to minor hotels and say, I can transform one of your hotels under the social hub concept? Like you would go to one hotel in Bangkok, which is minor branded with their own things and everything, but they really like this idea. Is it a possibility that you go there and then you tell them what they need to do, or that it has to be branded as the social hub? Or minor hotel can run something similar under their flagship, but based on your criteria, what would you consider as the social hub criteria? And would you take her?
Would you accept it? That's question 2, of course. We actually see that it's already happening. So I think the pandemic was definitely an accelerator for that, where hotels have already been looking at how can we make sure that we stay relevant and that we become future-proof. So in general, we see a trend happening of hotels incorporating co-working more, or really looking at how can we open our lobbies. So in that sense, the hybrid hospitality model is starting to become more common. I think what you would call a traditional hotel definitely is able to convert to a more hybrid hospitality model. I think the added advantage that we have as the social hub is that we are asset heavy, so we own all our real estate. And so that really has given us the opportunity to literally from the ground up, A, think about how are we going to make our buildings as sustainable as possible, but B, also how do we design them to accommodate for the hybrid hospitality model. And so if a minor would consider conforming 1 or 2 of their hotels without necessarily breaking down the walls, then of course there's definitely things you can do, but part of the charm, of course, of hybrid hospitality is the open spaces. So then we might maybe also have to have a little bit of a conversation about the design, but no, in general, I think it's a great development if more and more hotel chains are considering different uses for their spaces next to the hotel use.
Thank you. Elena, how does that sound to you?
No, it sounds great, because I think that in a hotel you have a lot of space to share with people. So any new activity you can include in this space is great for the hotel, or for the client, and even for the employees. Yeah.
Thank you. Go back to Don Carmelo. The federation is not only for hospitality, but also bringing together tourism entrepreneurs from Las Palmas. How this part of the association is influencing the work of the hospitality within the federation?
The federation is a very open body. It brings in energies for different sectors of society. Actually, we are characterized of having a very friendly relationships with all the stakeholders, not only the government, but also the workers' federations and so on. And we have been also giving prizes because of these friendly relationships are moving forward in order to solve the problems. And actually, what you are talking, these other areas of the industry, we have also a lot of contact and a lot of interest in developing an ecosystem of tourism that serves for the purposes of innovation and spreading all the ideas in the sector in order to come out with solutions to the problems that the industry has. And also with the idea of producing the best experience to our customers, but at the same time being efficient and very well manage all the activities to comply, as I said earlier, with sustainability, moving forward to have a destination that serves as a model of how all these interconnections in the system are managed in a sound way to generate grateful tourism prospects for the destination.
Thank you, thank you. As we are running out for the time, I will have the same as we done for the previous panel. One sentence. What would be your takeaway or suggestion based on the title of which is quite long, which is quite long title for the session? What would be your one real thing you think that we should, as let's say UN Tourism, should really look into it and bring it forward for the years to come?
Well, I think, or maybe focus or catch the opportunity that innovation is bringing to us, and definitely partnership.
I think tourism is a real force for good and can be a key driver in developing societies, countries, destinations. So people book a holiday.
We do.
Yeah, of course.
Amber.
I think for me, it is very much, and I think that's also why my title is Sustainability and Impact. For me, it's very much about the interconnectedness between what we often see as the green side, so the sustainability side, and the social side, which is the people side. One cannot go without the other. And so I think the added value and the strength lies in putting a lot more focus in combining those two pillars. Also in the tourism industry, really focusing on, okay, yes, there's this environmental impact that we're trying to minimize, which is very important, but at the same time, wouldn't it be cool if you can then also combine it with inspiring, educating, and engaging your community and really creating added value for the people?
Thank you. Don Carmelo, what is your message for the people of Las Palmas?
I would say that put the people first. Think about people. You cannot foresee for the future without taking into account people and the place. People, place, and prosperity come together. Also with peace. You need peace, and peace to be inserted in all the heart of society and also with the environment.
Thank you very much. A great applause for the people. That would have been from my end. Thank you very much. My voice survived and my role finishes here, and I'm really happy to give the stafetta for my colleagues. And congratulations to you once again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter, for making the effort with the voice. Thank you, Marilena, Mrs. Amber, Mr. Carmelo, and Mr. Kersey. Sorry to tell you, I have to disappoint you. We are not sustainable as roads, of course, but we have La Graciosa, which is quite sustainable. Well, me as a Canarian, I have to say that. Well, at the beginning, I presented Mr. Glenn Cohenbergs. He's also now presenting the 5 next startups, the 5 next entrepreneurs. And let me tell you something about his work in the World Tourism Organization. He, as I said before, is Senior Innovation Specialist, and he brings a wealth of experience and expertise to our event, to today's DigiON Canarias. With a background in tourism and management, Glenn has been instrumental in driving innovation within the hospitality sector. He has a keen eye for identifying groundbreaking solutions that have the potential to redefine the industry, shaping the future of tourism through technology and forward-thinking strategies. Who else better than Glenn to introduce all these new startups coming today? Thank you, Glenn.
Thank you. Very sweet words. Laura. Before, actually, we're going to start with the startups, the pitch number 2. It's actually our boss, Natalia Bayona, who's going to say a couple of words before we advance.
Hi, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here today with all of you. First of all, remember that 4 years ago, when our Secretary General, Surab Pololikashvili, came to the UNWTO, he decided to include innovation, technology, as part of one of his strongest pillars. Of course, today, the UNWTO has at least 5 priorities inside this house: innovation and digital transformation, education, investments, sustainability, and of course, added value jobs. Today, we would like to start this amazing conference with how these pillars can help us to create a better society, how these pillars can help us to create a better tourism sector. Why innovation is crucial? Innovation is crucial because it's the power of youth. Thanks to innovation, we have the power to give the voice to the most youngest generations that it has. Different solutions when technology is part of the new ventures. When we talk about technology, remember that the startup ecosystem is key in order to talk about a sustainable innovation. When I talk about the innovation ecosystem, I'm talking about adding value to the 6 actors of the ecosystem that are, as you know, innovators, entrepreneurs, startups, governments, institutions or accelerators, innovation labs, corporates, investors, and the academia. Without those 6 working together, it's impossible to talk about a sustainable innovation. What are we doing inside the UNWTO? As you know, we have 4 programs that we are running today: the startup competitions, the innovation challenges, the Tourism Tech Adventures are our key innovation forums, and of course, our innovation network. Thanks to those 4 programs, we have more than 10,000 startups that have applied to our competitions from more than 150 countries. The more used technologies are based on artificial intelligence, big data analytics, digital marketing, where augmented reality, virtual reality, and Internet of Things are crucial. These technologies has been really mature. Nonetheless, we have a lot to do. From the 100 subsectors of the tourism sector, only the innovation is going to 3 subsectors that are mobility and transport, e-commerce, and of course, hospitality. But the question is, where are the innovators in gastronomy? Where are the innovators in health? Where are the innovators in manufacturing? Remember that when you build a hotel, where you build an amusement park that is part of the touristic chain, you need manufacturing goods, you need towels, you need fruits, you need a lot of things to create a new experience. Where is the innovation when it comes to meetings, incentives, congresses, and events? We need the power of youth, of the youngest entrepreneurs, of the SMEs, and of course of the startups to create new technologies and to help us to innovate not only in these 3 hotspots, if I can say, that basically are 50% of the whole innovation of the tourism sector. We need to diversify a little bit more on the different subsectors in order to have a 360 integral and complete innovation. Then, thanks to our programs again, our startups have raised more than $240 million. This only in the last 3 years. And this, once again, is aligned with joining efforts between the public and the private sector. I can say that thanks to the power of partnerships, we can, Amadeus, MasterCard, Globalia, Wakalua, the governments of Portugal, Argentina, Colombia, Spain, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Macau, among others, have been supporting these programs, and thanks to them, today, innovation is a reality inside the UNWTO, and the connections has been done to create more than 100 pilot projects and more than 300 mentorship programs. In that way, we are helping the smallest to grow. So, innovation today has the challenge in not only in helping the tourism ecosystem to get more mature. The biggest challenge I see in the touristic innovation ecosystem is with the SMEs. As you know, tourism, the touristic chain is created by different actors, but 80% of those actors are small and medium enterprises. And unfortunately, during COVID times, they have received a lot of funds for surviving, not for investing in technology, not for investing on innovation. This is the moment where we need to empower the SMEs, to help them and to mind the gap in order to have a sustainable sector where everybody can use technology. That's why inside the UNWTO, we created the UNWTO Digital Futures, a program that was launched during the last UNWTO General Assembly, which aim is to bring accessibility and to bring access to new technologies to the small and medium enterprises. It's really easy. You just need to go to the UNWTO website, click on the Digital Futures program, you need to enroll and to fill a form, and then we will, thanks to the partnership with MasterCard, we will be able to connect and to give you a personal assessment on where is your SME, where are your gaps, and what do you need to fill those gaps. We decided to create 4 verticals that are the most important technologies that are needed in our sector. The technologies are, first of all, digital payments by far. Second of all, cloud. Third of all, digital marketing. And fourth of all, everything related to artificial intelligence and how, through artificial intelligence, you can predict in different data-driven models. With those 4, the idea is to train more than 2 million SMEs and then to give them access to digital tools and to keep those tools into their own businesses. Without the power of the SMEs and without them digitized, we cannot talk about a modern tourism sector. I want to finish by telling you that, of course, the UNWTO is here to help. That today I have been briefed on the 3 pillars that I lead inside the UNWTO that are helping to change the vision of the most human economic sector. But remember that without them, without innovation, without education, without investment, we cannot talk about a sustainable tourism. And without empowering youth, we cannot talk about the tourism sector that is the most important sector for them. I wish you all the best, and I just want to encourage you to join us and to join all the programs that the UNWTO is running today for better, for the good of our society, and of course, for achieving our common agenda that is the Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalia. And then from one Natalia to another Natalia, who will be presenting us Weave Insights, which falls under Weavair, who is providing research with to actually people from the hospitality sector to provide more sustainable products. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Glenn. I would like to take a minute to thank the whole team from UN World Tourism Organization, Glenn and Sophia and Peter and everyone else who was involved. It's such an honor to be here, and thank you for this opportunity. I would like to also thank all the mentors that we had yesterday. It was very inspiring presentation from TUI Group, Curtin Hotels and Hospitality, as well. All the speeches were very inspiring, so thank you very much for this. And of course, Amadeus, thank you. So my name is Natalia. I am a co-founder and CEO of Weavair. We are based in Canada and also Singapore, Poland, and we are expanding globally, so very happy to be here as well. Our company provides end-to-end solution to enable more sustainable management within hospitality and tourism areas through very unique technology. When we look at recent events that are happening globally, like flooding, wildfires, this has huge impact on people, and of course, a huge impact on tourism and hospitality, and a lot of cost and damages happen due to it. We need to take action to not only predict and enable hospitality to be more resilient, but also enable it to be more sustainable. And this is actually brings me to the point of, how do we reduce carbon emissions? How do we manage this energy cost for the hotels, and also help them to reduce their environmental impact? We have many challenges that hospitality industry is currently facing, and it's critical for us to help them to take action, to empower them to take this action, and also provide them with tools to make this possible. However, after interviewing over 500 different operators of hotels, we found there is huge challenges in terms of cost, in terms of accuracy of the data that they're working with, as well as time consuming for them to analyze this data and to come up with better action. My background is engineering. I spent over 14 years as a chemical and environmental engineering working with projects across the world and developing new technology with the focus on sustainability and helping provide solutions to both private and government across the world. What Weavair solution entails is we combine three sources of data. We have satellite Earth observation data, drone hyperspectral imaging, as well as ground IoT sensor that we install in the hotels and properties. We combine this data into software platform that enables better decisions. There is three core components to our solution, and we have 3 patents in the progress on this. One is about the unique data platform that enables organizations to make better decisions. Predictive models based on artificial intelligence applied to this data, as well as digital twin of the hotel or specific location, which allows us, the operators, as well as the hospitality investors, to make better decisions. We track many different parameters on these hotels, including energy efficiency, including carbon emissions, operations, and flow of people. And this enables us to create very powerful insights for these operators. What is unique about platform is the use of this very accurate data. So with satellite, we are talking less than 1 meter resolution. And also every data points, several data points per day, and with IoT, several per minute. We have predictive models as well as digital twin to enable decisions. It's very fast and low cost to implement for the hotels. It enables better decision and has a large impact in terms of bottom line, both in terms of increasing revenue and reducing costs. We have several very successful projects with big hotels like Fairmont, Intercontinental, and also expanding right now with the medium-sized hotels as well to provide them insights and achieve for them return of investment in less than 6 months. There is several different solutions on the market, but what really is unique about us is linking between measurements to insights to decisions to automations, which makes it very easy to implement compared to other products that our customers have tried. And of course, there is a unique component about not just having like this data acquisition, but also software and certification. We partner with BSI on this. We have many customers who are already using this solution and great feedback from these customers in terms of the impact. We have excellent team with background in engineering, product development, sales, and implementation of successful projects. And I'm very fortunate to say that we have been selected by Asian Development Bank as a leading tourism solution and financed by them. We also were very happy to be part of the Awake Tourism Challenge and also name AMT Solo Playa competition and Rocket Booster. This is some of the recent traction. We have received several awards and are looking forward to expand this solution specifically in Spain and hopefully here in Gran Canaria, as we have, because of this opportunity, we have several meetings with hotels already interested in this solution lined up. So in the progress over the last 6 months, we have completed several paid projects, created interest from over 20 new customers, have new data partners, and created a 30% increase in revenue month on month. We also very much based in our solution in sustainable and impact on communities. As you can imagine, predicting this kind of events, like wildfires and flooding is very critical for the operators to be able to improve their resilience and to adapt to this climate change. And our solution on the hotel side in terms of improving energy efficiency is critical for them to manage their cost. So we enable and empower them to make a difference. Please join us to enable sustainable and efficient and resilient operations and scale. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Natalia. Now, all the way from Bali, I know the trip wasn't easy, but you made it. Only 30 hours on your way. So come up, and I'm sure everybody is looking forward to hear how you're consulting the hospitality sector in being more sustainable.
Thank you, Glenn. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Andrea, and I'm from Bali. Living in the island, sustainability is a core of our essentials life. So I would say sustainability is not nice to have, but it's an option to, it's a choice to survive. Okay, so ESG or sustainability is also is always perceived as something complicated. And I've been talking many with the industries, especially in tourism. They don't really understand what sustainability is, and they perceive as something nice to have. It's like just a checklist, and sustainability is something expensive, and it's hard to do, and customers not willing to pay more in sustainability services. So what we are doing actually, we want to introduce ESG is not just environment, social governance, but it's a strategic business strategy to help your business grow with the E square SG, means economic, environmental, social, and governance. Okay, well, it's in Bali. Mass tourism have a lot of impact. The 16% of national GHG emissions is coming from tourisms, waste from the accommodations, and there's a lot of regulation as well from the government regarding the ESG and sustainability that make a pressure for the companies, but they cannot comply with all those things that going on right now. So yeah, this is our study case that we help 4-star hotels in Ubud to gain certification in sustainability. Like previous panel said, like when you have the sustainability certifications, you also reduce your efficiency in electricity, waste, water, and so on and so on. So with our services, they can pay back all consultancy costs, 10 until 30 more revenue in the next year. So yeah, this is what our study case doing. And this is us. We just start for 6 months ago. We are based in Bali, and we have a vision to make Bali the first sustainable destinations. Okay, this is our services from Senang Journey to Senang Tailor-Made Consultancy. Senang Journey is all about the ESG strategy. From creating the strategy, target, how to achieve it, and then doing quick assessment, reporting, and rating. And then Senang Certification, we help companies especially hotels and accommodations, to gain sustainability certifications like UNGSTC, Travel Life, and so on. And then Senang Sustainable Finance, we help like venture capitals to design the right ESG scoring program to assess one company, is it sustainable or not. And then Senang Carbon, we do carbon accounting, carbon offset, until carbon issue to marketplace. And then Senang Environmental, it's all about how to comply with environmental regulation within Indonesia. And then tailor-made consultancy, we build a tailor-made approach to every clients that need our services. Okay, so this is the business models. Senang is in here. So we have three target user, which accommodation, venue and F&B, and then residence development. And the second layer is an NGO consultancy until venture capital and fellow sustainability startup. So yeah, when we are approach clients, we also doing the desk review. We are trying to what kind of pain in sustainability side or sustainability goals they need. And then we also collaborate with other startup if we want to creating the best approach to solve the sustainability problems they have. And then we are doing gap assessment, capacity building, and then impact measurement after the program launch. And we also collaborate with other startup to catch a big fish or grants to do sustainability projects, and as well collaborating with NGOs to do capacity building to local communities, and then to the tourism industry sectors about sustainability. Right now we also developing carbon projects. It's all about 150,000 hectares in Borneo, Kalimantan to absorb all of emissions regarding tourism sectors. Yeah, so this is the market of the sustainability landscape, which total 150 billions. That's kind of a lot. And this is our research regarding the market in the 3 and 4-star hotels in Bali, which we predict there's a total available market global in 1.25 million USD. We predict that we're gonna make 75K USD in these years through our services. And this is us, other than competitors. We are low cost and have a local expert. And what is winning for us is superior industry beating profit margins, that first, and then stickiness about the good brands, because we really close with the tourism industries. And why we will win, we have a local expert, community network, and economic approach that not much industries realize about the sustainability itself. And then this is our project now. Well, we're working with some hotels and then the venue business as well. Like with Adiwana Suweta, we 13 chains local hotels in Bali. We help them to get the certification regarding Travel Life, which enable them to reduce their cost in electricity, in water, in waste, and so on. And then it leads to lower emission and sustainability impact. And then the Villa Chilabella is a villa that have 9 pools, which water is a big issue for them, and we help them to install grey water system so they can reduce their water usage. And then the Weavair group is a catering business. Well, food waste is a main issue for them, so we help them to do the waste management system and then build the waste management in that area. And then the Monduk Monding, we help them to create the electricity assessment, which enable them to reduce their electricity. And then the Swiss Contact is an NGO that we collaborate together to giving a training regarding sustainable development education program in Bali. Hotels in Bali have a social perspective side regarding the empowering local community, employment, and then diversity and equalities. And we also have a pivot projects, which with another startup, Mall Sampah is a startup that focusing on credit plastic, and then we are doing verification for every credit plastic that have, and we also working with TBS, which energy companies. We are doing double materiality assessment and sustainability reporting. And with Arara, we are doing sustainability communication. Well, launched in 6 months. We cover project across Bali, Singapore, Jakarta, and Brazil. So this is our work. This is our clients before and counting down another clients. And it's me, Andrian, as a co-founder and CEO. I've been working as a sustainability consultant for 5 years and working in NGO as well in sustainability issue for 2 years. I've seen a lot of clients or perspective regarding sustainability that enable me to create the different approach, especially for local chains and then small medium enterprise to empower them to become more sustainable. And it's my friends, Afrisals, the CEO. He's working before in GIZ to carbon development, and our board advisor is Rob Delayet. And yeah, we're not just alone, but we have a really expertise team, which cover from renewable energy, sustainable tourism, finance, climate, water, ESG, waste management, and so on. So yeah, Senang is sustainability, impact, data-driven, and economic growth. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrian. Up next, Purple Elephant Ventures. Ben, come up and tell us more about the Venture Studio.
Thank you, Glenn. How's everybody doing? You guys bored yet? Nah. My name is, thank you. First of all, thank you to the organizers. Thank you to all of the fellow startups here. Thank you for all in attendance. It's been a wonderful couple days, and I think we're all richer for it. So, I got to figure out how this thing works. So, my name is Ben Peterson, and I'm the founder and CEO of Purple Elephant Ventures. Prior to founding Purple Elephant Ventures, I was senior partner at one of the largest VC firms in Africa, where I led investments into many of Africa's top startups. While a VC, I noticed a major gap in the market. While tourism is the third largest sector on the continent, virtually zero money is being invested into tourism. Thus, the business model that drives the industry has dozens and dozens of major problems, from a lack of bookings to poor transportation, no centralized suppliers, and just importantly, tourism is harming the very ecosystems, particularly safari parks, that it relies on. In short, the long-term future of the industry that employs tens of millions of people in the world's poorest continent is in peril. So, a multidimensional problem requires a multidimensional solution. So we decided to launch a venture studio to tackle not just one of these problems, but all of them head on. At Purple Elephant Ventures, we build from scratch multiple regenerative tourism startups every year. We've developed a systematic process to understand the biggest challenges in the industry and, through trial and error, arrive at the highest potential solutions. We turn the best of these solutions into startups. We hire a management team and support them to raise the capital necessary to scale. Since August 2022, we've launched 5 startups. These range from a hospitality supply business to an energy-efficient appliance business to, most recently, an app that will reduce wildlife overcrowding in safari parks that we built in partnership with Paul English, the founder of Kayak. Together, these startups are starting to build an ecosystem for regenerative tourism in Africa. If you're a safari lodge right now in the Masai Mara, the preeminent game park in the world, we will, through our various startups, A, help you reduce your energy consumption, B, help you drive more money into wildlife conservation, C, help you purchase more sustainable supplies. D, promote your eco-friendly initiatives. And E, help your guides reduce overcrowding in game parks. Look, it's early days, but our startups have major ambitions. Nomad Africa is working to build a community of 1 million ecotourism enthusiasts across Africa. Zafari hopes to drive $1 billion directly into conservation activities on the continent. Kajani Supplies wants to help 10,000 lodges go green by selling them $2 billion worth of sustainable supplies. Join Africa hopes to reduce overcrowding in game parks by 50% and increase conservation data collection by 100%. And Power Trip will reduce African hospitality energy consumption by 20%. This is not just a pipe dream. We're early, but we're seeing hockey stick type revenue growth across our portfolio as we start to realize our vision. Most importantly, we're just getting started. We plan to build at least 3 new startups every year, each one focused on a different part of the puzzle that together, with enough sweat, enough heart, and your support here today, will return Africa's tourism industry to a more prosperous and greener regenerative future. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ben. Perfect. The next startup also couldn't be here from the Netherlands. They also sent in a video. Basically, their concept is about the fact that, like, every time someone decides not to clean the room, they plant a tree, which is also quite original and very sustainable.
Imagine improving guest satisfaction while contributing to a greener planet and elevating your hotel's reputation towards guests, bookers, and employees. Well, now you can, thanks to Hotels for Trees. Partners of Hotels for Trees plant a new tree every time their guests decide to skip their daily room cleaning. It's that simple. And the impact? Well, each room cleaning skipped adds 1 more tree to reforestation projects around the globe. Why? The hotel industry and its associated travel, services, and deliveries together generate more than 1% of all global CO2 emissions. Hotels for Trees strives to counterbalance this by providing guests with a transparent opportunity to offset a part of their journey's carbon footprint. Any hotel, regardless of chain or star rating, can easily join this initiative. Just head over to hotelsfortrees.com, create your account, load your hotel's content, and the tree planting process begins. Here's how it works. A guest books a stay at a participating hotel and uses the unique Hotel for Trees door hanger or a hotel-specific software tool to choose trees over room cleaning. The total number of trees planted is showcased on the hotel's own result page, widget, interactive tree counter, and TV signage. Hotels for Trees invoices the hotels and then ensures all trees are planted and certified. In some of the top-performing hotels, up to 40% of all stay-over guests choose to plant trees instead of daily room cleaning. It's a win-win-win for guests, hotels, and the planet. Imagine the benefits: reduced cleaning costs, less pressure on housekeeping teams, improved lead conversion, more engaged colleagues, elevated guest satisfaction, and ultimately, a greener planet. And let's not overlook that donations are tax-deductible in most countries. For those wondering, how can I be sure that the trees will really get planted? Our accredited reforestation partners ensure certified trees are planted in projects across the globe, which allows us to make an impact in all regions where we have partners. Join us and hundreds of other hotels in our goal of planting at least 1 million trees per year. So, what are you waiting for? Head to hotelsfortrees.com and let's make every stay count for a greener and happier planet. hotelsfortrees.com. Plant a tree for free.
Then FE waste, last but not least, Javi, feel free to come up.
Hi, everybody. First of all, thank you to the organization. And I'm starting with bad news, but every day, millions of people go hungry every day, no? At the same time, 33% of the edible products end up in trash. And tourism is one of the main responsible of that. That is why FE Waste was born. I'm Javier Jimenez. I'm the co-founder and sustainability lead of FE Waste. And the problem that we are solving is that the Horeca channel produces the 40% of the global food waste. Imagine that every guest per day generates almost 1 kilo of food waste. At the same time, the European law is increasingly the taxes for waste production. So what problem are we solving and for whom? We are solving the problem especially for the large resorts and the hotel groups, but also for everybody that generates big amounts of food waste. For example, also the town halls or every buffet. Our solution has four phases, 4 stages. Training, software to measure the waste, reporting data, and finally, we commercialize our own industrial composters. First of all, to raising awareness for our staff, we implement tailor-made programs in sustainability and waste prevention plans for all the staff at the hotels. After that, we install our own software, FE Waste app, to measuring, weighing, and analyze all the data and all the food generated at the different phases of the kitchen and the buffets. With all the data generated, we elaborate daily and monthly reporting based on the food waste generated, but also about the cost and the sustainability and environmental impact of this waste. And finally, with the non-edible food waste, we install this type of composters that you can see here. There are tailor-made industrial composters that in just 1 month convert all the food waste into fertilizer for the gardens of the resort. The market, the global food waste management market is about 69 billion, and the Horeca food waste, our sum is 650 million. Our go-to-market strategy, we are working on 4 main prongs: the direct commercialization, the SEO and SEM strategy, LinkedIn for executive, and of course, the Congress and fairs participation. Our business model, we have 4 ways of revenue. Our mainly revenue is the subscription for the SaaS, but also about the fees for consultancy and training, and of course, the sale of machinery. How are we different from other software and composter sellers? Our greatest innovation is that we integrate the complete circle and the circular economy inside the establishment of the hotel. Because from training to compost inside of the resort, we reach that accurate data. We also know how to prevent in order to avoid new food waste, and we reduce the taxes for the waste management, since all the waste generated in the hotel converts into fertilizer. Nowadays, we started just 3 months ago, and we already have implemented different pilot projects. We hope to finish this year with 300,000 turnover and exceed the 1 million for the next one. This is our actual stage. We have implemented 2 composters at 2 different hotels, as well as 2 software, and we have developed 4 training programs, all of them at different hotel groups here in Canary Island. And we have started from the waste, but we want to start the kitchen green revolution. Our roadmap is to integrate the management automated purchasing of the supply, also to facilitate auto and self-guided receipts for the workers, and of course integrate the cost evaluation of each dishes as well as the environmental impact of them. Finally, our purpose is to integrate the supply chain of local producers into the hotels. This is our team. We are in fourth. We have a commercial director and a strategy lead, the developer, and myself as sustainability lead. And to finish, the FE Waste impact is clear, and we always say that we implement real sustainability because we attack the 3 dimensions. Firstly, circular economy, valorizing the organic waste and gathering data for sustainability reports. Profit, because we reduce the taxes related with the waste, and also we adjust the production, and also with people, because we work with the low qualified people at the hotels, and we reduce their work, reducing the work dedicated to the preparation of meals, but also because we bring them training. So FE Waste is technology, is industry, and training to implement the effective circular economy at the Horeca food channel. Thank you so much.
Well, we have seen these 10 startups showing their great effort, vocation, and dedication. They have made it this far, and just by being selected, I think they are winners. I think the jury will need at least 5-10 minutes for deliberating, so please stay or just stretch your feet, but come back for announcing the winner of this award. Thank you very much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude today's event, we wish to extend our deepest appreciation to each esteemed member of our distinguished jury who had this selection difficult because it has been a very good list of projects, amazing projects. I would like to thank also Mrs. Natalia Santana, Mrs. Maria Isabel Oliver, who will be with me on stage in a few moments, to Mr. Peter Janek, to Mr. of course, Glenn, to Mr. Theo Bortoluzzi, Mrs. Agnes Pierce, Mrs. Koki Garcia, Mrs. Regine von Stieglitz, Mr. Cassie Alexander, Mrs. Maria Elena Ruiz, Mrs. Amber Westerbork, and Mr. Carmelo Leon. Your insightful contributions today and thoughtful deliberations have significantly enriched our discussions and shaped the customers of today's proceedings. Let me also name all the startups to end. Thanks to Schillerin, Twistic, Hostelflow, Sparkle Haze, Everhost, Weavair, Senance Echo, Purple Elephant Ventures, Hotels Fortress, it didn't sound good for me, and FE Waste for participating today with us and showing us your projects. So now I would appreciate Maria Isabel Oliver to be here on stage and Mrs. Natalia Santana as well. They will be giving the award for each of the different projects in sustainability and hospitality technology. Microphone is for you.
Hello, thank you again. Hello again to everybody. I think my role is to say the final winner of the first category, who is the category of technology solutions. And the winner, the startup that has presented the best project, is the startup name, Twistic.
Enhorabuena al premiado, y en la segunda categoría de sostenibilidad e impactos en sostenibilidad es para WIP and Sites.
I would appreciate, Marisabel, por favor, I would appreciate all the winners and the organization and the World Tourism Organization members to have a family picture on stage. Peter, you too. Thank you. Sofia? Is there? Yes, and after that, all the startups participating, would be nice to have a family picture too. Now all startups, please come on stage. all the participants, all the finalists. I want to be in the picture too, Glenn. So, well, once again, thank you very much, everyone, for coming today and spending this morning with us. Thank you to all the finalists for participating. We have now a lunch time for networking, sharing different moments of your projects. And thank you, Glenn. Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Isabel. And also, thank you, Natalia, for hosting me one more year and for letting me be part of this fantastic event.
I just also want to give a big thanks to Laura. So,